I thought I'd film this cool little mini series where I meditate for 17 minutes for 17 days straight as a 17-year-old. I don't know why I forgot about the last part, but I thought, yeah, it's a cool little series. And I have actually been meditating for the past 6 months. Seriously, I've done some meditation before that, but I was super inconsistent beforehand. But really, these past 6 months, I have been seriously dedicating 20 minutes every single day, just sitting down and meditating. So I thought, why not do some interesting stuff with 17 minutes with the number 17? And after these 17 minutes, I'm going to be telling you a bit about my thoughts on like what's been going on in the 17 minutes and some common stuff about meditation that I feel like many people just misunderstand. Hey guys, it's Bosco from the future, and I'm currently editing this video. Just wanted to let you guys know that I've put timestamp in the description labeling all of the different days and also the insights, so then you can click around and see what most interests you. Ideally, I was imagining a scenario where you would also follow a day-by-day routine and meditate along and see how our insights grow together, as I feel like this is the most productive way to begin experimenting with meditation, as this really transformed my life a lot. So hopefully, no matter what you guys do, enjoy the video, and yeah, let's get back into it. And how I like to do meditation normally, which you'll see for the next, I counted that this is going to be a 4 hour long video. So it's going to be super interesting to look back. But what I like to do normally is just basically, you'll see for the next 4 hours, but just cross my legs and focus on my breath and look into my eyes. And if you close your eyes for a bit, you'll actually notice the stuff behind your eyelids. You'll notice some kind of like purpley red patterns that are just like moving. It's like particles moving. So focusing on that for 17 minutes straight and just testing your brain to see whether or not you can let your thoughts, other thoughts, like go by. So then you can focus on the present and your breath and like my five senses. So normally I'll touch my fingers together, which you'll see. And yeah, and other forms of meditation also includes like focusing on one thing. Sometimes I would meditate on a thought. So if I had something come up which I really want to focus on that particular day, I'll probably meditate on it and just repeating that sentence over and over again and just focusing on that one thing and drilling it in your brain. So yeah, day one. Today is not April 17th, bro. I don't know why this phone is not. Alright guys, we're back. We should be ready to run. Picked up another phone because right now what I'm using to record is my normal phone and I only have one phone. So try to get one of my older phones just now and I realized that because I haven't used it for so long, somehow the date and the time was completely messed up. So found another phone which actually shows the true date and time for today, which is September 15th, and it is currently 9:52 p.m. And then now, let's get straight into it. We're going to be setting a 17-minute timer for day one. So let me get into position and yeah, enjoy watching me meditate. It's going to be kind of weird looking this back, but yeah. Hopefully you guys can see me well. I don't know if my head is going to be like half chopped off or That got me in quite a shock there. Does so every single time. But yeah, I think the meditation process is some. It was a bit ironic just now because I think one thing that happens a lot during meditation sessions like these is thoughts come in from everywhere. For example, today I was focusing a lot on thinking about what type of content I want to be producing on this channel and how I can continue effectively spreading this message on looking inwards and focusing on things like meditation and finding your deepest fulfillment in life. And it's funny because during my meditation session, I was thinking about how I can effectively convey what I'm going to be saying right now to you guys, if anyone's watching. And the purpose of meditation is to actually remove those thoughts for the 20 minutes or for the 17 minutes. So I thought that was a super funny insight to be sharing. But in general, like meditation, yeah, it's just like trying to get rid of the thoughts. So when the thoughts come in, what I will normally do is I would focus even more on my five senses. So what I mean by five senses is more on like the breathing. So sometimes I would, like when I breathe in, I will literally tell myself that I'm breathing in, and then when I'm breathing out, I will tell myself that I'm breathing out. Other times, I'll ask myself questions such as, what am I feeling on my ass right now? Like, how are my legs feeling? How are different of my body parts feeling? And then alternating awareness to those body parts really helps you focus on the body parts instead of your thoughts, right? Because one thing I've noticed with these thoughts is like, if you just ask yourself the question when you meditate, if I think about these thoughts 20 minutes after I meditate, or if I leave these thoughts alone for 20 minutes during my meditation session, will that make any impact on you? The answer is probably no. So like, why can't you just let yourself have this 20-minute time where you just focus on listening to your body and giving your body the attention that it needs and trying to just focus on the present moment? So like hearing things, right? And just not being so inwards into your head, because I feel like a lot of the time we always love to look into our heads a lot, especially myself who's like a huge thinker. Like I love to think about so many things, analyze different things, right? Especially with school, social media, or just life in general with like internet and stuff. So it's definitely great to take some time to just slow down and relax and just focus on who we are and the body that we're gifted with, because it tells us a lot of things. So for example, like yesterday, funny story was that I was vomiting because I was trying to do a lot of backflips when I was swimming. So that was actually a sign of my body telling me that yes, I'm exceeding a specific limit, which is that I am exceeding my comfort zone in the amount of flips I'm doing. So therefore I should probably slow down or take it lighter, right? If my body's telling me that I want to vomit. So yeah, being more aware of these subtle signs are definitely a benefit of meditation. Crazy how I'm yapping a lot already on like the first day, but I'll try and keep these insights as concise as possible, as I know this is going to be a really long video. So yeah, I guess on to day 2 soon. What's up, guys? It's day 2 of the 17 days, 17 minutes of meditation, 17 years old series, and it is 8:14 p.m. September 16th. Hope you can see it from my iPad. Yeah. And yeah, today's been a crazy hectic day. Just actually finished recording a video, which is probably going to be already on YouTube by the time this video publishes. Why am I struggling to find my words? It's been a hectic day. Woke up this morning super early, 6:30, was trying to create these note cards. Basically, a system that I found super interesting, which was inspired by this writer called Ryan Holiday, is how he puts all of his information onto these like little note cards, and he can like shuffle them around, play with the ideas, and when he writes a book or create content, he can refer back to it. And I think it's been super useful, especially since all of us, there's just so much information out there. It's so hard to remember the things that we want to remember. But anyways, let me stop talking and let's get straight to the meditation. I'm actually looking forward to this, to shut my brain down. And one thing with meditation, actually, that I found after a super long day sometimes is that I might fall asleep. So hopefully you don't fall asleep. But yeah, I mean, if you fall asleep, it just basically means that your brain is telling you that you're tired. So then you probably should listen to it and get some rest sometime. But yeah, I don't know if this ringer is. Can we test? Well, let me test this for like a second first, see if it rings. It does, okay. So yeah, 17 minutes on the clock. You see it from there. So I'll put it on my side. Oh! But I swear I saw like a spider somewhere, so shit better not bite me during my meditation, bro. Okay, let's get into it. Let's start. All right. Okay, let's restart that. I feel like it wouldn't be fair. I was trying to make sure that. Let's make sure that this camera angle is good. Higher. Yesterday's video, I remember it was a bit short. Let's restart that. Okay, start. that was a bit quicker than what I thought, but yeah, did not fall asleep. I mean, one interesting thing that was constantly going on was I kept feeling that, like, it started off with my right hand. I kept feeling that there was something on my arm here. So that's why probably like in between, I don't know if you saw me, but I was trying to like slightly open my eyes, but not also do that because that disrupts the flow. Because I thought that there was actually like some like the spider that I was talking about was actually on my arm, and then somehow it just crept up to like this part of my hand, and after that, somehow I realized that it was also on this part of my hand as well. But I think that comes to say on how the mind can trick you into so many things, like how the subconscious mind, like the mind that is inside here, is like we don't have control over it, and how it can do tricky things like pretend that there's actually a spider on your hand when logically, if you think about it, how can a spider get to your hand when I'm like literally like sitting up without climbing like this entire sofa and then going onto my legs first and then onto my hands, right? Like, there's no way it magically jumps unless it's Spider-Man, right? But yeah, I mean, the meditation session was not bad. I was a bit more tired, I can feel, compared to yesterday. So I'm going to definitely take note of that. But in general, the one thing I noticed was that my back was hurting quite a bit. I think it's with my meditation position. So just tuck in my legs a bit more, and then yeah, it's better to try to keep my back straight as well, because that's how, you know, you let the air flow in and then you let the air out as well. And you shouldn't have any like resistance with like should be fully relaxed. Yeah, this would have been a better position. I'll definitely watch out for that tomorrow during day 3 meditation, which is to like spend more time just like looking at fixing a better position so that you have a better meditation session. But yeah, I mean, that's day 2. It's like, yeah, 8:30. I have to probably go eat dinner, grind 2 hours of math before heading to bed. And yeah, can't wait for day 3. Oh, my legs. Oh my days, guys. So we stumbled into a bit of a problem when we come to editing this video. I realized that I've exported day 2 twice and labeled it day 2 and day 3, which means that all of my days, which moving forward was 1 day in advance. So I technically have only done 16 days of meditation, but no worries, guys. I'm going to do day 17 right now, even though it's like 3 days later. But you know, sometimes things like this happens, and what you have to do is you have to cope with it. So unfortunate, but let's move on. What's up, guys? It's day 3 and today is September 17th. It's currently 9:38 p.m. And yeah, I was just doing some reading. I was actually reading Call Newport's So Good to the Point Where You Can't Be Ignored. It's a really nice book talking about building something called career capital. And actually, before today's meditation, actually, I was revisiting like another book that I was reading about. This book's called Awaken Purpose. And yeah, it just got to the part where it talks about like meditation, and I realized that the definition that I gave about meditation during day 1 was actually not 100% accurate, or not the best understanding. But what it says in this book, which I'll read to you guys, is many people believe meditation is about emptying the mind and shutting down all thoughts until nothing remains. But meditation isn't about erasing thoughts. It's about observing them with awareness and understanding them without letting them control us. The aim is not a blank mind, but a calm presence and curiosity towards what arises. And then there's also another part talking about meditation. Meditation, or more precisely stillness, is your direct connection to your higher self, unlocking the gateway to intelligent infinity. It's the bridge to cosmic intelligence and the wisdom of your divine mind. Through this connection, we create space to engage with our higher self by gently quieting the ego, the part of the mind that is loud, fearful, and relentlessly focused on the physical world. And imagine the ego as an overprotective friend, always chattering away, pointing out the risks, and filling your mind with endless what ifs or should haves. Its role is to keep you grounded in the familiar and safe, operating from a place of survival and limitation. I mean, these thoughts come out in my mind pretty often, right? Probably for you yourself as well. Like, we're always fearful of failing the next project or not preparing enough for something. But meditation allows the ego to relax, inviting it to sit back for a while. In this stillness, you create a clear channel to hear the calm, wise voice of your higher self. A voice free from fear and doubt, speaking from clarity, love, deep understanding, and truth. When the ego steps aside, the higher self can finally be heard, guiding you towards choices that align with your truest essence and highest potential. And probably for the most of you guys who are watching this video, if you're also like in your teens, for the first time when I read this passage, it was so freaking confusing. Like, I didn't even understand what it was. So no worries if you guys don't understand. But I guess like the overall takeaway with this part is meditation. It helps you connect with the being which is beyond yourself. And we all know that if you guys believe that there's something that is in form of higher power, or normally we call this God, or we call this angels, or we could call this like, the universe. But basically what it is that it's just all basically the same thing, which is acknowledging that there's actually a higher power, and meditation allows us to connect with this higher self and higher power so that we can understand the things that, like, we personally can't physically take, but then we know that things happen. So like a really big example with like on explaining this concept is, have you ever wondered like why coincidences happen like in your life? Like sometimes, like when you walk across some kind of street. I remember once, me and my dad were going to eat lunch in like Repulse Bay, and then we were driving the car, and then I was talking about my friend, and then suddenly, out of nowhere, like 2 minutes after the conversation, we drove across the street, and then we stopped at a red light. And no surprisingly, that friend we were just talking about like 2 minutes ago decided to cross the street. And of course, I instantly told my dad to stop the car, and I lowered the window and literally screamed at my friend. And it was just such a coincidental moment. And it just makes you wonder, like, why do these coincidences happen? And part of this has to actually definitely do with something beyond our power, which is controlling kind of what's happening. So with meditation, it definitely is a form and is a way that many people use to kind of just understand, your authentic self and like why these things are happening. So yeah, let's just get straight to the meditation. 17 minutes. Alright guys, we got 17 minutes on the clock. So the focus today is not clearing the thoughts, but being just more aware of what thoughts come up, and then acknowledging them, and then thinking, like, focusing deeper on those thoughts, and just why they come up, and just accepting them as they are, and just observing the reality without, having any judgments. Something I'm gonna try. So yeah, let's start the timer. Interesting session. Um, I think one thing I was thinking about like at the end of this session was like part of like I was thinking about the way that I was meditating as well. That was a thought that came up, and I noticed and I observed that a way for me to like accept the thought is to attempt to detach yourself from the thought, if you get what I mean. So like accepting the thought means that you acknowledge that it's there and you basically try not to judge it. And I think like something I'm trying to still figure out is like how long are you holding to that thought? I think one really easy thing that I do is like once some kind of thought came in, what I will do is I will like let my thought know that yes, that thought exists. Like I acknowledge that thought. And afterwards, like a really easy way to just let go of it is refocus my attention towards like the blackness of my eyes. I like for those who haven't actually started doing meditation, you should definitely like try just closing your eyes for 5 minutes and just seek really deeply into like you can like move your eyeballs around to different parts of your eyelids and you'll find some very interesting patterns. Like some parts is like darker than others. Like I think if you close the lights here as well, then that's also going to make a difference. But if you just look really deeply into your eyes, like it's just a super fascinating image, definitely. But yeah, in regards to the thoughts that came up, I was thinking a lot about again like today I was thinking about like skills in general on like what to focus on, and one very common thing that came up constantly was my childhood memory of me going into like some kind of like debate competition. No, it wasn't debate competition. It was like a speech reading competition. I remember I won second place. I won trophy second place. I think this thought came up like 4 or 5 times, even though I tried to get rid of the thought. It just came back like I don't know how long because I don't know about the time, but it just came back like 4 or 5 times, and yeah, it just made me think about how this might relate to um, what I'm trying to figure out, which is like my future path and what skills I really want to hone in and stuff like that. And this thought actually did not come for like the first time in meditation. Like I also had this first spark when I was reading Cal Newport's book. Um, but yeah, it just made me. It's just interesting to notice like why these thoughts came up, and then a memory from my primary school setting. I don't exactly remember what it is, but I remember I was just like a photo of me being in that setting just came up as well. And then afterwards, I was spending a bit of time just thinking about my dream last night, which was a super interesting dream. On one part, I was actually dreaming that I was dating someone, and for the other part, I like a two-part dream. I'm a huge dreamer, but for the other part of my dream, I was dreaming about I was dreaming about working with someone that I've been like working with one of the persons that I've been constantly reading on the book, and like because I was talking to this spirituality guy like from the book from the passage that I recited to you guys like on meditation. That guy's like a spiritual master. He helps corporate individuals level up their consciousness through these activities, and I was just dreaming about um, working with him, which was super interesting. Or not really working, but being like a mentor for him, like doing some kind of work with him. So it was a very interesting dream, like a two-part dream, and I would say it was a pretty good dream last night. That's why. Um, but yeah, I guess like in regards to the dating part, this is definitely something I've been like thinking about for way too long. I think if you're a teenager, definitely one thing that you think about. Let's just spend some time talking about this couple of minutes. You just think about whether to date or not, and I recognize that I have this belief that I only want to date someone when I feel like I'm perfect. Not really perfect, but I mean that's a really common belief. But on the other hand, it's like I know that that's not possible. So what's stopping me from doing it? And then I think my mind just somehow makes excuses to saying why I should not date someone, which might be something that I probably have to tackle as well. This one of my um, goblins. It's from another book, but this book talks about how everyone has their own like inner demons that they have to battle. Pretty straightforward. It just means that it's like one of your weaknesses or vulnerabilities that you may not have shine a lot of light into because of your childhood, like what you're really focused on. But it's just super interesting to think about these dreams because when these things do come in your subconscious mind, you're wondering whether or not that is a sign of something. And scientifically, people say like it's a reaction, right? It's not reality. Like it doesn't say anything, but like once you experience these moments of like life connecting, like as I've said like from the beginning, like I was talking about like the meeting the friend thing, like you kind of realize that there's some kind of higher power, right? No matter if it's God or whatever, that's trying to tell you something, or just trying to say that hey, I actually exist. And then you start to think whether or not your dreams also reflect that. Um, yeah, and I guess like one last thing that I want to end before closing day 3 here is just a very interesting insight, which is everything is tied to feelings. And like if you think about it, like it's kind of funny because what if I told you that listening to Spotify, like me listening to Spotify a year ago has the same feeling of me meditating right now, like having that dopamine hit. Like that'd be kind of crazy, right? But you kind of realize that that's two different activities. So this was just like a super interesting insight that I found, which was you're actually not acting for that activity, but it's more like you're wanting that feeling or you're lacking that feeling. That's why you really want it really badly. So for example, if I apply that to my dream analysis, maybe it's not me who wants to date someone, but it's just because I feel alone, if you get what I mean. And for the other one is maybe it's not because I want to be, I want to be working for this person or working with this person, but it's just because I feel like I'm missing this part of actually doing something. And then you think again whether or not your brain is actually psychologically tricking you to think about these things. But I mean, that's just a super interesting insight. Like, everyone is programmed by feelings, but then the consequences of these feelings can be completely different afterwards. So yeah, hopefully I wasn't. Yeah, I was pretty much yapping, but oh, another thought that came up was I'm gonna start doing more different types of meditation because I'm kind of realizing that like if I test different types of meditation, you can kind of find like the right one and see which one works the best for you. And I think it would just be a super interesting experiment since we still have like 14 days left for this series. But yeah, I think you'll get used to like your legs being sore because I remember the first couple of times that was like 7-8 months ago I think. Like when I first did like a 50-minute meditation, 15, I couldn't even like cross my legs for like 5 minutes, which is kind of crazy. Like it would hurt so much, but you'll just get used to it over time, and it really pays off. What's up, guys? Today is day 4. My mic kind of broke, and it's September 18th, 2025. It's currently 11:45 p.m. Super tired. Actually, with meditation, I actually did an hour long of meditation, actually the longest period of meditation for the first time in my life this morning. I think it was around 9 a.m. in the morning. And I do like an hour of meditation, see how I felt. And all I can say is when you do an hour of meditation, I think previously like the longest time I've done it was like 30 minutes. And then now I scaled it up to an hour. Like in the 40-minute point, I just remember my entire I thought my legs were gonna literally break. Like this part of my leg, I thought it was gonna crack, and my feet as well. Like it felt like you were being crushed so badly. Like even moving 1 little inch when you were crossing up your legs together would hurt so freaking badly. But somehow decided to ignore the pain and focus on my breath work. And afterwards, after the meditation, it apparently just disappeared, like the entire pain, which is very interesting. Because I thought the pain is gonna, theoretically, like the pain should still stay because you're experiencing such great pain. But then it just completely disappeared. Like after, I'm being serious, like after like fucking probably even like less than a minute, like when I started walking again, just completely gone. So yeah, but still we're gonna still do the 17 minutes. So in total today I probably meditated for an hour and 17 minutes already. But there's some core insights with the meditation this morning was I was just trying to focus a lot on my senses. And I realized that after I finished meditation, it was actually super helpful for me to concentrate because I had a business test today for school, and it really helped me lock in a lot better and make my mind super clear, which was super interesting. And during the meditation period, I actually finished swimming right before my meditation. So then there was some water in my ears. And I remember we got to a point where the water was like dripping from the top of my ear into my ears. And if you're a swimmer, you probably get what I mean. Like sometimes when it goes into your ears, it gets so itchy and so irritated to the point where you actually have to scratch it. So that actually happened to me like 3 times during meditation. So for the first time, I just instantly got rid of it from my right ear. And then the second time it came in my left ear. And this time I tried to just see how long I can control the urge of not scratching it and focusing more on my breath work. But I realized that the more I tried to do that, the more the pain increased. I thought it was gonna go away, but it did not go away. So eventually I still had to get rid of this ear thing because it was bugging me for such a long time, and I think I waited for at least 5 minutes, and somehow this droplet of water is still in my eardrums, which is kind of crazy. Anyways, let's get into the 17 minutes. So 17 minutes, it's gonna be past September 18 to September 19 after the 17 minutes is done. So maybe these will count for tomorrow, but let's not do that. Yeah. One thing that I instantly felt like during the meditation period was, it feels like I'm in such a like large space. It's very interesting. Like I was just looking, I wasn't really focusing a lot on my breath for this one. I was just looking into my eyelids, and the more I look into it, the more it feels like the universe is such a large space. It's like there's no constraints into it. It's like an infinite world. I think that reminds us that anything is achievable as long as you can visionize it. And I mean, one thing that I was thinking a lot about during the meditation session is, again, like what type of like the upcoming content that we're going to be producing on this channel. And I think a very interesting content that we're going to talk about is a concept talking about fear of missing out, FOMO, as everyone knows about it. And not only like general FOMO, but like FOMO during college app season. As I think one of the things that many teenagers are going through, especially myself and all of my friends out there, are college apps. And we seem to have this fear and social pressure to apply to 20 colleges. And I still remember I was subconsciously even doing it, like when I wasn't fully aware of that moment. Like, because my friend who was sitting next to me during math class, he was going through all of his Common App stuff, filling out all the applications and just typing up the recommendation letters and stuff like that. That automatically programmed my brain to think that I'm missing out on that thing, which made me literally go on the website, create an account, and choose like 5 different schools for me to fill out later on. And I even started typing out all of the information. But deep inside, in my higher self, I know that I already have a solid plan on choosing where I want to go, because I've already done all of the research. And selecting more schools just means that I'm going to diversify myself, which obviously there's so many benefits, because that's what everyone talks about in society nowadays. But again, there's also the consequence of diluting your attention, because we get so limited amount of attention and time in this world. We don't want to be spreading it out too much, and we just want to be focusing more on the vision, right? Especially when you have a direct plan already. But then it's just so interesting to see how we're still subconsciously, even deep inside, when I know that I have a plan already for college, like I have been like locked in for this college, like I've been working on the essays for so long. It just feels like because someone else is doing something different and they're applying to 20 colleges, it feels like I also need to do the same thing, which made me fall into the loop of wasting an hour like filling out the stuff. But yeah, I mean, that's gonna be another interesting topic to talk about. Anyways, I think this is it for day 4 of meditation. Technically today is day 5 already. It's 12:10 a.m. I'm gonna get some sleep and meditate tonight, basically, again, 17 minutes. It's gonna be a super interesting and super fun series. I can't wait to watch this back and actually edit the video. So peace. What's up, guys? I think it's day 5 or 6. I think it's 5. Day 5 of meditating for 17 minutes, 17 years old. And today is September 19th, as you can see on my computer. Up here. Yep. 7 p.m. right now, meditating a bit earlier than usual. But today's a Friday, and I was like, why don't we try out something new? I was watching a video which talked about something called fire breathing meditation, which sounded super interesting, or it was a book that mentioned it. And then I was actually watching how you're going to do this meditation. I hope I don't get copyright strike for this, but
inhale, hold. We will exhale by humming.
So apparently you just constantly breathe with your nose.
Vibrating your entire being.
So it's like...
All right. So let's get ready for round number 1. We'll begin in 3, 2, 1.
Bro, first time when I was watching this video, I think 2 days ago, I just love the music. The music just somehow matches this entire vibe so much. You know, it gives the vibe of like those, you know, ancient movies. I think like Kung Fu Panda vibes. But
Beautiful. Keep your spine straight.
interesting. So we're gonna try this out. So this is 10 minutes long, and then we're probably gonna do like a 7-minute normal meditation for the 17 minutes. But yeah, super exciting. First time actually doing this, so it's gonna take some time to practice.
Vibrating your entire being. All right. So let's get ready for round number 1. We'll begin. Beautiful. And each round will be followed by.
So the benefits of this, as stated in the video, is that it brings clarity to mind, releases toxins, releases stuck energy, and increases blood flow. Okay, super interesting. And I think you just pump air from your nose.
This second inhale. You short, powerful exhales followed by a nice passive inhale. Beautiful. Each round will be.
Well, my question right now is like, do I breathe in by like pumping the air out, so that, and then when it pumps out, like, does my stomach go in, or is it? Let's see.
By a 30-second rating your entire being. Beautiful. Keep your spine straight.
Wait, what? Let's just search it up. Oh, so when you exhale, you force your abdomen muscle to go in. Yeah, that makes sense. This will be interesting. Got it. Let's get a better straight position. It's a pretty good position, I think.
All right.
Let's do this.
So let's get ready for round number 1.
Okay, let's do this.
We'll begin.
If you're watching this from home, join along, bro. Hopefully you can hear this. I'll play a bit louder. Join along, see what happens. First time as well.
In 3, 2, 1. Beautiful. Keep your spine straight. You can place your awareness in the center of your forehead. All right, we'll take that big breath in. 3, 2. Last one for the in, and hold at the top. Squeeze your pelvic floor muscles, tuck your chin. Relax into this hold. Become aware of the sensations that you're feeling. Now keeping your mouth closed, we'll all exhale with a hum, feeling the vibration. 3, 2, 1, let it out. Little sip in through the nose, let it out with a sigh. Now rest here for a few moments, becoming aware of everything that you're feeling. And we'll begin with round number 2 in 3, 2, 1. Beautiful. Keeping your spine straight and your awareness in the center of your forehead. Alright, we'll take that big breath in 3, 2, last one fully in, all the way in, and hold at the top. Squeeze your pelvic floor muscles, tuck your chin, and just become aware. And we'll all keep our mouth closed as we hum and vibrate on the exhale in 3, 2, 1, let it out. A little sip in through the nose, let it out with a sigh. Relax for a few moments, becoming aware of the subtle energy that you're feeling. And we'll move on to the final round of this breath of fire. In 3, 2, 1. Beautiful work, everyone. Maintain your focus as you continue to go inward. We are halfway there. All right, we'll take that last big, beautiful breath in 3, 2, last one, fully in, and hold at the top. Squeeze your pelvic floor muscles, tuck your chin, become aware of the stillness. And we'll all hum on the exhale in 3, 2, 1, let it out. Little breath in through the nose, let it out with a sigh. Beautiful work, everyone. Allow your breathing to return to its normal rhythm, in and out through the nose at a nice gentle pace. Continue to look within, become aware of the stillness, the subtle energy that you might be feeling. And I recommend remaining where you are, or at least the next couple of minutes, focusing on your breath, watching as it comes in through your nose and out through the nose. Just continue this meditation. When you feel cold, gently open your eyes, give thanks for life, and enjoy the rest of your day. Much love to all of you. Remember to breathe, and remember to laugh. Peace.
ended. Oh my days, my I actually feel like I finished a workout. I don't know if you guys done that along, but that felt like a workout. I feel so tired now. Not really so tired, but my stomach just feels like it's done like a crazy workout. But one thing I realized was like it was super hard to control like the breathing, like when I want to do and when I wanted to exhale and focus my stomach to like get it to tighten up. That was a bit challenging. And also the last part when he talked about like strengthening like the pelvic floor, it was super hard, especially while you're breathing in and you're holding that breath, and while holding that pelvic floor is super challenging. So, but I did somewhat feel like afterwards when I did like the meditation cool down, when I was just sitting there, it felt like my breath was definitely heavier. Probably because it was like it felt like a workout with the fire breathing, but it feels like I was taking deeper breaths, which is definitely something great if you want to like transition this into meditation. So probably something I'm gonna continue trying out, like just having this fire breathing in the beginning and then transitioning to meditation, see what effects that there is. But let's just meditate for 10 more minutes, and yeah. Ooh, my stomach. Guys, I just realized the timer is already up. Yeah, I was actually going to continue meditating, but I felt something itchy in my eyes, so I just tried to get rid of it, but then I saw that the timer was up. It was just unmuted. I think we meditated for 15 minutes or 20 probably already, but it just feels like time passes by so nicely when you're in this flow state. Something beautiful about meditation. And yeah, in terms of meditation thoughts for today, not much going on, to be honest. I was just focusing more on my breath. Nothing really came up a lot. But yeah, I just felt like my legs were somehow trembling for some reason, interestingly. And yeah, my abdomen and muscles are pretty tired from the fire breathing. So yeah, see you in the next day. What's up, guys? It's day 7, and it's September 20, 7:29 p.m. right now. It's a Saturday, and yeah, it's crazy that it's been a week that we've done this series. What are we gonna do today? We're gonna do the classic 17 minutes, of course, and in the beginning, we're actually gonna first do 30 fire breathing, because I found the fire breathing thing to be really helpful, to be honest, and it gave my abs some really good workout there, so I want to continue trying it, see what's happening over there. And for the rest of the time, we're just going to do like a normal meditation, so I'm going to count to 30 for each of the fire breathing. And yeah. Yeah, and I just realized that it's day 7 because I decided to airdrop all of the clips that we filmed to my computer and count up the days, because I haven't actually done that. And probably going to start editing the video as well sometime. Or else I'm going to have 17 videos to combine together, which is going to be like 10 hours long. But yeah. So let's start the timer. And like genuinely, meditation has helped clear my brain so much. And I think one part of it is meditation, and the other part of it is like other factors as well, like nutrition and sleep. But then I think meditation really helps ground you even more to the moment. It's like a combination of all three. Okay. So let's start this timer and do the fire breathing first. Okay. Gonna start round 2. Round 3. I'm already feeling my stomach's getting tired. Yeah, I mean, that wasn't, I think, the best meditation period. I was really constantly trying to focus on my breath, but sometimes you're just gonna get days when it doesn't work out too well for you. But what matters the most is that you show up. When you show up, you just do it. Like no matter what happens, this is what discipline means, right? This is the right thing to do, so you do it. I think one of the things I'm battling again very, very lately is this, having this balance of action and inaction. And what I mean by that is like, you get stuck in your head a lot too much to the point where like you start questioning everything. And that causes so many problems, right? The problem is like, you don't do any action, you don't do anything, and that leads to you being stuck in the cycle, like in your head. And the solution is literally just to do things, right? And to have balance. And I think that's one of the biggest things that I've learned very lately. I remember it was like, if you were gonna ask me like 3 years ago to slow down, I'll be telling you that you're fucking crazy. Like I wouldn't take the time to meditate. But then now, like for the past year or so, it's kind of like the opposite, because I've like not done so many things. I wasn't running my business anymore, and I was focusing more on studying like spirituality and all this stuff. It feels like I've been consuming more than I'm creating. So the solution is trying to find a balance between consuming things and creating things. And when you lean one way too much, which I think I've previously done, you feel like, super meaningless, and you feel too rushed, even though you get like lots of action done. But then when you lean too much towards the consumption path and like, not taking action, then you get stuck in your head a lot, and that creates problem. So I think I've kind of experienced like the best of the both path, which I think is pretty good. So then like moving forward, I know what I have to do is have a balance between both action and inaction, right? Both creation and both consumption. And yeah, I think the best way to, get action in place, which is something that I think I need right now. It's probably different for everyone. Like probably you'll lean one way or the other. But if you're leaning more into inaction, the best way to get action is just to get the action down, which means that you have to shut your brain off and just do the thing, just get the thing done. Which means that you put it on your Google Calendar, you put it on whatever system you have, and you just do it. I think meditation is one a really good way to get into the flow state as well, and just tell your brain to stop questioning things. So yeah. What is up, guys? It's day 8 and Sunday, 21st of September, 10:07 p.m. So yeah, I have school tomorrow. What happened today? Let's see. Yeah, I was spending, I think, the past couple hours just cracking up some video ideas, writing some scripts. And one of the big things that I've stumbled upon, and it's a framework which helps make us feel more mentally clear with everything that's going on in our lives, and just like in general. It's called the three R's, which I think I've tried to make it like the same letter because there's actually multiple different acronyms for this, but I've made it more simple, just called it the three R's. So the three R's are recognize, recognize, I just gotta remember, my brain is kind of dead right now. Recognize, reframe, and realign. Okay, my gut told me reframe, but then I didn't trust it. But it was reframe, just saying. I was just being aware of it because my gut was saying, yes, it's reframe. But I was like, oh, there's something in between. But yeah, so recognize, reframe, and realign. So what does that mean is just basically like whenever we face some kind of issue or anything, just name any single problem that you have in life, or just even any single moment. You can recognize what's going on in that moment, like objectively, and accept that moment by looking at both sides, because everything in the world is, balanced. Like it's everything in the world has duality. So, you probably heard of concepts like yin and yang, right? Not getting to spirituality and everything here. But you probably heard of things like the glass is half filled versus the glass is half empty. Like everything has both pros and cons, right? So the most important thing is telling your brain to reframe things, especially during those mental moments, because most of us were acting on fear all the time. Our mind makes, these mental images which are completely not true and which are mostly negative, which makes us stuck in things and which makes us, react so nervously to things and which just makes us psychologically stressed. So what we need to do is reprogram that, right? First, we need to recognize that that exists, right, in that moment, and then we need to reprogram it or reframe it so then you know that this is actually not a fear, right? And you want to make it so that it's like a vision. And then realign is once you make that reframement, then you want to take action. Like action is such an important thing. Like there are so many things, so many content on the internet which just tells you about the first two parts, maybe more about the reframing, but then it's about like having the constant implementation and realigning it. And this means that you find out what the smallest thing you can do right now with like whatever you're trying to achieve, and just do that thing, put it in your calendar, right? I always emphasize that, put it in your calendar. Don't do a to-do list. I mean, that didn't work for me, but having like an actual calendar where you can block out time to do that thing that aligns with your values is such an important thing. So that was like a concept which I found super interesting. All right, I'm gonna stop yapping. We're gonna start meditating. Where's my clock? It's kind of funny. Okay. Yeah, it's been a long day, man. It's been a long day, but join me along and meditate. And actually, I'm super interested to know, like, this is probably going to be a very long video. So, like, if you guys are still watching it at this moment, like, are you basically skipping the video to this moment, or are you like actually following it through? Maybe I'm gonna make an intro video to say you should follow it through. So like it's day 8 today, so then maybe your day 8 of meditating. So yeah, just interested to know, like, in general, like how do you like, watching these YouTube videos? Start meditating. I'm just gonna do a normal meditation today. Interesting. I just got a sense of feeling like I was a bit like dizzy for some reason. It was like after I was like, I think it reminded me of a time when I was like riding a roller coaster, like going in like loops. For some reason, I just felt that like just now when I opened my eyes. Probably it was because of the lighting or something. But yeah, pretty good meditation session. I think in between I was connecting a lot with like the surroundings in general, which kind of makes me realize how we're all one, like it's such a miracle that we have a life and that we're here today, and like anytime we could be dead. And I think it's a good reminder for everyone to just, do the most exciting thing every single day that actually makes you feel fulfilled, makes you actually enjoy every single moment, and really there's actually no point of living so much on, trauma and everything like that. And I think it could be arguable that you need a balance of both. Like, for example, if you were never upset in your life and you're always happy, that's not a happy life because you won't feel fulfilled, right? I think this comes back to many psychological theories where you just need to have both. You need to be challenged in one hand, but then the problem is that so many of us are swing too much on one side where we're acting on fear, and we need to reprogram our minds to swing back to at least have that balance where we're able to also see more of the vision and create, things that we actually want. But yeah, I think one thing with meditation, especially I think I remember, which floated up during the session, was apparently when if you look downwards, like I haven't talked about that, but like I should have probably talked about it with like the head angle. If you look straight, like if you meditate, it's just straight. The thing is that it makes you feel more tired. Like if you just try like sitting up straight and like tilting your head, it makes it feel not natural because like your head is having to like maintain this straightness. But then when you like most people, they when they meditate, they have like a downward angle, and I think if I remember correctly, one of the reasons is that it's more like soothing for the body, and I don't actually exactly remember the reason, but I think most people they meditate like with like the downward angle, which I'm probably gonna really quickly search it up. Oh, I was somewhat right. To promote abdominal breathing and a calm mind. Yeah, it makes you feel more relaxed with the energy. But yeah, it's good to confirm that I'm not spreading some bullshit. So, energy flow, yeah. But I think one thing with like when you have your head down is that it makes it a lot easier to fall asleep. Like I haven't fallen asleep yet in this series. I'm definitely not looking forward to. If that's gonna happen one video, then let it happen. But yeah, that's I guess one drawback with it. But super interesting to just know about it. So yeah, that's day 8 done. We're more than halfway. And yeah, keep going. What's up, guys? It's day 9, and today is September 22, 10:28 p.m. Tomorrow we have no school, online school, because of a Typhoon 10 happening tomorrow and also Wednesday. So it's gonna be really nice. And yeah, for today's meditation, I want to try something new. Rather than just focusing on the breath, I'm gonna try and focus on like a past memory and kind of getting like a sensation. So the challenge is to try and bring that sensation. So I'm gonna try and find something that makes me feel fulfilled, like remind myself of those memories and bring those sensations to the entire meditation session constantly. So then you kind of feel it without doing it, which is an interesting challenge. And this is called sensation meditation or feeling meditation. But yeah, let me set the timer. 17 minutes, and let's get started. Okay. Sensation. So I'm going to think of a memory first, which is the best before going into meditation. Some kind of positive memory and trying to bring that back. I think I got something. Yeah, let's try it out. See what happens. Okay, it's good meditation position. Let's do it. Alright, guys, I'm gonna be honest with you. That was not a success. What happened was that my mind kind of struggled to stay on one thing that made me feel fulfilled. So I was like thinking about this more when I was playing the piano back during the summer with some of my friends. I'm back when I was like in summer school. And so I constantly just tried replaying that and tried getting into the moment. But then it feels like it's still very difficult for me to get fully wrapped in the moment. Like I tried to picture also the specific details of the things walking by and like everything like in the picture, but it's still super hard. And I decided to switch topics and then just continue switching to the point where I think halfway-ish I decided to just focus more on my breath work instead. And I think I'm gonna continue doing that for like the rest of the series because it's more important to develop this concentration and focus, which I think is something that my brain still needs to get used to and develop with meditation. I still think I think that activity is probably for more like intermediate. As a beginner, super important to develop this concentration. And anyways, like one thing I'm definitely aware of is when you get into these memory states, your breath becomes a lot more shallow. Super interesting. And when you focus more on your breath, you can feel it panting more, just like in general. It feels like I think when you meditate and when you visualize something else, it's it's like you enter into another world completely. Like your eyes are like not like you're trying to not make your eyes look into the middle, but in looking in like I think it's called the third eye, which is like looking upwards or looking sidewards or just getting into the visualization. But yeah, that was a interesting practice. Still got some pretty good breath work meditation at the end. And that's a wrap for day 9. Alright, guys, I couldn't believe this, but I missed a day. Like, literally, what happened was yesterday I was thinking about doing this meditation, but I did not have my iPad beside me. So then I couldn't show you guys the date. So I wanted to do it later on, and I was reading this amazing book, Toward the Psychology of Being by Abraham Maslow. And I just basically got so into the book to the point where like time just flew by and I just completely forgot about meditating at night. And like this morning I was thinking, oh, whether or not I should just create like a video where I don't show the time and just say it's yesterday. But then I realized that it's about authenticity. Like it doesn't really matter if you miss a day because things like this will happen. But what the most important thing is that you continue moving on and just keep doing it, right? This is literally what habit building is. So what's gonna happen is that um, I'm going to do 2 meditations today to make it up for the one yesterday. Today it's September 24th, 9:08 a.m. So I'm gonna do one right now, and then I'm gonna do one later on during the evening. Yeah, it's gonna be a really simple meditation, just sitting down and clearing up your mind. And 17 minutes on the clock, let's get started. Interesting session. I was just constantly asking like one question and trying to get an answer. And I don't know, like I'm trying to think of whether it's or not it's gut feeling. Like at the end I felt my heart beat super like pound super quickly. And then my gut, it was like lifting itself up. It's like maybe it's trying to say no to the question. But yeah. The question was basically about college itself, like whether or not I should apply to more colleges in general. And it's interesting because when I tune in to my body, like I'm trying to see what type of signs they're gonna give me to see whether or not I should do this or not. But yeah, meditate one more time in the evening, see what happens. What's up, guys? It's night right now, and it's 10th of September, 9:20 p.m. And yeah, we're going to do our second meditation of the day for missing yesterday. And actually, we're just gonna do one more day because that's gonna be 17 days in total. So, still gonna do the second time meditation. My mic ran out of battery, so just going to use this. And 17 minutes. Let's begin. I'm actually also gonna turn off this light. I think. Oh, let me stop this. Yeah, I'm gonna turn off this light, and I think the camera's gonna go a bit blurry because the phone camera is horrible. But yeah, we'll turn this back on afterwards. Start. I don't know if you guys can still see me, but
Legal? B.
Yeah, I think one thing that I felt was like during the meditation session, because this environment that I'm in right now is so dense, like there isn't like an air conditioning, like I can hear my breath really well, which makes it easier to focus on my breath, which is really nice. I think one thing I was thinking of was that in between this clip, if you have noticed, I was actually being interrupted by like um my mom. I'm like she was trying to deliver me some fruits to eat. And then what happened was that I got actually super annoyed that I got was interrupted. So then I got kind of mad at her and because she was disrupting my meditation session, right? And then I went to my door to grab the fruit, and then I just kind of yelled at her. Not really yelled at her, but I kind of shouted at her and said like I was just super annoyed. And I was like, what? Like when I opened the door, I was like screaming in Cantonese, like, what do you want? Something like that. Can't be exactly translated from Canton, but you get it, right? And then afterwards, like, I just continue thinking about what I did, because it's kind of ironic because like when you're meditating, you're supposed to get into this calm state, right? But then when someone disrupts your meditation, you get mad. So it's like you're acting out of like your own control. So I was just thinking about this, and it just reminds me that like even in that moment I wasn't aware of like the entire situation, right? Because she was trying to deliver me fruits even though I locked my door, which I hope that communicated to her that I'm unavailable, even though she's still like trying to bang on my door, right? She's still having the kind of intention to deliver me the fruits, and because she didn't hear any replies from me because I was meditating, that's why she's probably a bit nervous that something's going on and stuff, right? So me yelling at her may not have been like the greatest idea. It may have been pretty selfish of me because I haven't thought about it in her perspective, right? So I think with these approaches, like the most important thing is kind of letting her know that I'm thinking about this right now and that I've done something wrong. So, you know, like admitting your mistakes. So then this doesn't come back, or like at least she acknowledges it. And it's like, because like it's kind of like I'm passing on this violence, right? And then what's gonna happen is that she's gonna feel like I'm not appreciating her for giving me fruits, when in reality I was just super annoyed in that moment, especially when I'm in that meditative state. So yeah, I'm probably gonna go up to her right now and probably just apologize for being pretty rude. Yeah, I don't think I have much else to say. I was meditating on the idea. And yeah, we'll get to day 11 or 12, I forgot. Yeah, so literally just now I just went up to her and I was like, Mom, I apologize for being so rude. And she, like, before I continue even saying, she was like, yes, I understand that you're also busy. So having this mutual understanding by being apologetic is super important.
What's up, guys? It's day 12 and it's September 25, 2025, 9:57 p.m. right now. And yeah, we're going to be doing this 17-minute meditation. I think one interesting finding that I was looking at this morning was this concept of life purpose. You know, we keep thinking about life purpose. And a lot of the times we think that life purpose is something that we chase externally, you know, something that we have to find in the world, right? Like find, and we just keep doing it until we find what's perfect for us. But we kind of mistaken this concept when it is actually more of looking internally into yourself and finding this state of being. I think this interesting concept comes from this topic called gene keys. You can search it up. Gene, as in like the scientific gene, and keys. So basically, what gene keys are is it tells you your state of being. So what does state of being mean? Simply, it just means like what your natural flow states are in life. So because so many of us have different unique, you know, talents and unique situations and stuff like that, gene keys is kind of like a fortune teller, but not really a fortune teller. Like you have to work your way through to understand this information. It's like an accumulated wisdom from like the ancient past to help, and mixing up with this astrology and all of the science together to help give you like a better compass to direct what you're actually good at in life. I know my definition is pretty flunky here, but I'm pretty new to gene keys as well. I actually discovered it, I think, when like yesterday night, and then today's my first day. I was debunking my gene key on the purpose section, so I'm looking forward to sharing more wisdom on that. But yeah, just something interesting about purpose is that it's more about the state of being, and it's something internal rather than something that we're trying to find. So it's something that we have to discover within ourselves. And yeah, today I had a really good conversation with one of my good friends, Ethan, in school, and it was pretty funny. He came over and he saw me like looking at gene keys, and we just started this conversation because he was interested in like learning more about the gene keys, and then we just talked about life. And who knew that our conversations would last for 1.5 hours until after, like even after school. It's kind of crazy. And I think that's one of the things which I find is I realize that when I speak to a lot of people on these like topics on bringing up awareness and talking about life and stuff like that, the conversation just goes on for hours. So this is definitely something that I'm taking note of, and I really enjoy like speaking with people and like all of their questions, right? It's also a reflection on how I'm explaining things to like revamp how I phrase things in the future as well. So 17 minutes on the clock. I'm gonna stop talking and get to meditating. What's in my pocket? Oh, it's a clip. No, it's my keys. Somehow my legs are sore today. Ooh. And yeah, one thing I literally told him after the conversation is literally just to meditate. Like that's the one core takeaway. I spit out so much stuff, but at the end of the day, like how to get started with whatever you want to reach fulfillment is really just meditating. It really helps. Like even 15 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever. So let's start 17 minutes. I keep seeing my mind again like wandering away. It's a bit annoying. And I remember before this meditation session, I was like thinking about whether or not I should even record, and like what's the point of even, like documenting this. Like I started questioning everything. But then I just came to the realization that when I made a commitment to myself, I keep this commitment, because no matter if this video is effective for anyone or if it wasn't for like a single person, I made this commitment to myself, so I'm gonna keep it. It's like this, self-respect that you earn, right? That you need to build with yourself. It's like keeping this promise, which matters the most. And yeah, I don't know, because sometimes like I think of the content, or like, the stuff that I post and the stuff that I've said in the previous days, and I wonder whether or not that's even effective, right? But I remember something that when I was speaking to another entrepreneur who was actually living in South Africa right now, which is super cool. He told me one thing that he learned was that normally when you think about your own work, or when you watch your own work, you think that it's actually horrible, but then 99% of other people will think that it's crazy good. So I guess that's just something interesting to keep in mind, no matter if you're doing whatever. But if you have this like, perfectionism mindset, then it's really good to think about that as well. Yeah, that is day 12, and we have 5 more days left. And it's kind of crazy because it feels longer than day 12, to be honest. It feels like it's been a month with recording this video. But yeah, see you tomorrow. What's up, guys? It's day 13, September 27, 2025. Actually, yesterday it was supposed to be day 13, but the thing is, I was doing like a meditation with one of my friends, and I forgot to press the record button. And just funny story was that halfway into the meditation, my friend fell asleep completely. I think I have a video, which I'm probably not going to play just for privacy reasons. But yeah, so today's going to be day 13, and I'm feeling extremely tired right now. It's been a long Saturday, and yeah, let's do some meditation. And yeah, if you do fall asleep like during meditation, I think I've said this before, but just know that your body is tired, because that's what happened to my friend. And like one funny thing was that he was struggling to sleep. So then, even though we didn't get what we wanted from the meditation session, we kind of did, because we showed him like a solution to face his insomnia that he was facing. So definitely try meditation if you're struggling to sleep. It might make you fall asleep even though you didn't intend it to do so. So yeah, start the timer. feels good. I feel like my mind just calmed down, or at least I try to get my mind to calm down during the entire time I'm focusing on my breath. But I can feel how tired I am on the inside. So definitely my body is telling me that I need some sleep or I need some good rest. And yeah, I feel like at one point I'm going to be starting some kind of meditation class. Not starting one, but starting to go to meditation class. Probably do like a vlog on that. Yeah, just going to my first meditation class. I feel like we need to like take this to, you know, like the next level. And it's like meditating yourself, I think is good, but if you get like guidance, you can I think one-on-one experiences are even is different, you know. It's a new experience and it might unlock something new afterwards. Some kind of new learning. So definitely gonna look to try that out. But yeah, that's day 13 here. 4 more days. Yeah, catch you guys tomorrow. What's up, guys? It's day 14 and it's 28th of September, 9 p.m. right now. And yeah, we're gonna do some meditation. 17 minutes, get into the flow state. Let's get straight into it. Nice. Pretty good meditation. Yeah. Something I've been looking into very recently is something called the gene keys. I think I talked about this 2 days ago, but I've been looking a lot more into like gene keys, and it's basically the mix of the I Ching, which is like a Chinese astrology, and human design, and like combine them together to tell you on what your life design is. And it's not like, what was I gonna say? I completely forgot what I was gonna say. I'm gonna be honest. But yeah, I was just having this vision where more teenagers are going to be implementing these gene keys into their lives. And then they understand what their gifts are. Oh yeah, now I remember what I'm gonna say. Yeah, it's not like something that you have to discover outside of you, but gene keys just tells you what is actually your true essence, your true natural state. Like something that is, like you can say, like biologically coded in your DNA. Like that's why it's called gene keys. Like gene literally is like, the gene in, like, gene taught in science class. Like that's literally the word. It's like encoded into our body. So reading these gene key and really just thinking about them every single day, for some time, like whenever you pause and like be aware of what you're doing, can help you find out what these low frequency behavior you're doing. For example, like sometimes, when you feel super upset about something, or when you realize that life is not going your way, and you just think that there's something in you that's wrong, like those normally are something called shadows inside of you. And with the gene key, they can make your shadows be more aware, so then you can easily spot them and then turn them into gifts, because there's always two sides in everything in the world. And sometimes you just need to first like have this, at least like design. I remember like a really good analogy when I was speaking to one of my friends, um, not really friends, well, I would say one of my mentors who I reached out to, who's writing this amazing book, Awaken Purpose, which I read on the Kindle, was how he talked about the gene key as being the frame, like the puzzle frame of your life. So it doesn't exactly tell you what, like, doesn't give you exactly, what you should do in life, right? But at least it gives you like a framework of what your natural essence are in life. And then after that, you as an individual can, based on this frame, dictate what to put inside the puzzle, right? Fill out the puzzle with like a beautiful image. But at least with understanding gene keys and understanding your natural essence, you at least have a framework, right? And this at least gives you confirmation of like what you should be going for, or what you should be looking at or paying attention to, rather than just, going and trying out different things and finding that, something might be dragging you because of social pressure, right? It might not be your authentic self. So gene key is definitely something interesting looking at, and really good way to get into is through meditation or through something quiet. So then you can really like, be getting to this flow state and just start thinking about it. So I'm going to be setting like around an hour this week just to spend some time contemplating my gene keys. And yeah, I think I was, again, going back to my meditation just now, like at the end there was like this idea of where, everyone, all teenagers will be able to uncover their own gene keys and really, contemplate. And it was just like this beautiful image that came up in my mind. And how, I can also serve these people and help out, and like really just watch them grow and understand their shadows. Because yeah, like so many of us are living in low frequency, and if we're able to even get this, like, imagine people are able to understand this when they're like a teenager, right? Like I'm 17 right now, so for people from like 15 to 18, like how ahead they'll be in life. Like they wouldn't be wasting years like suffering from all of these negative frequencies when they can live their true essence. So I'm super excited, to be honest, with everything, and yeah, we'll see where it takes us. Day 13. Is it 14 or 13? I forgot. My mind keeps forgetting numbers, but see you tomorrow. What's up, guys? It's day 15, and today is Monday, September 29th, 8:22 p.m., and we're going to be doing our meditation session. They're doing it a bit early today because after I finish doing this meditation, I'm going to be doing a bit more contemplation on my gene keys, and afterwards probably have to do some SAT practices because I do have the SAT coming up this Saturday, so got to be grinding through the English section. What am I doing? Okay, so now let's actually just get to the meditation, get into this state, get into this nice flow state, and yeah, join along. All right, 17 minutes. Let's start it. Nice meditation session. Um, yeah, definitely like something that is super helpful to try and focus on your breath is to like think about your belly as well. I think sometimes when I try to focus on my breath, I get easily distracted with like stuff that comes into my mind. But then when I also like feel my belly going out when I breathe in, and contracting when I breathe contracting when I breathe out, then it makes you concentrate more on your breath and get rid of your thoughts. And yeah, I mean, there's not much I've been thinking about. Mainly, um, there's this thing called like a yearbook quote, like yearbook end of school year quote blurb, where seniors, so like people who are graduating from the school, gets like 100 words to write about like whatever they want. Obviously, you need to be appropriate, the school appropriate, that you can't have some like weird shit. But yeah, I guess that thought was flooding a bit into my head on like what we should put in. And yeah, I definitely know that I'm gonna write something pretty unique, try and stand out, and yeah, hopefully it's going to impact anyone else who wants to take this journey, especially in high school, right? Like I keep thinking back to like moments when I'm doing all of this stuff, and you just think about those times when you feel super alone, no one understands you, but then you also have those times when you feel super accomplished, and you just get this deep satisfaction, deep joy with the things that you're doing. So it's really a balance. And yeah, I'm super grateful and super happy with what have been happening in high school. To be honest, I couldn't really like regret, and there's actually no point of even regretting, right? But I'm happy with like how things have been developing. Everything's about growth, and I think high school is definitely like a great time. If anyone's listening and they're still in high school, it's definitely a great time to take risks, right, and figure out who you are. So yeah, that's day 15 in summary, and 2 more days. Can't wait. What's good, guys? It's day... Why do I keep forgetting my days, bro? It's kind of annoying. Okay, I just checked it out. It should be day 16. Yes, it should be day 16, unless if I'm balling. Yeah, it's day 16. It took me quite a while, and it's September 30, 7:08 p.m. And yeah, today we're going to be doing our 17-minute meditation, so join along as well. And yeah, I've been spending, I think, the past 2 hours just contemplating on more of the gene keys and like looking at the spheres of life purpose and what else? The spheres of prosperity and also the life's work, which was super interesting. I think I'm gonna create a video talking about that as well, since it's super powerful to have these information just so you understand your own natural state of being and contemplate them. And one thing that I've found out was that one of my shadows, or one of the like low frequency which I experience, is being a super impatient person. And I can see that sometimes, especially when I have nothing to do. Like if I'm in a restaurant and I just ordered food, and like I expect that the food's gonna come in 20 minutes, normally I'll be like, oh my god, I have 20 minutes to kill. Like what can I do in this 20 minutes to be as productive as possible, because I feel impatient. And sometimes if the food does not arrive in 20 minutes, then I will raise my hand and call the server over and be like, Fai di la, you gotta speed in the process up, right? And yeah, this just shows how I'm super impatient, and it really makes me feel super frustrated. It adds this unnecessary stress in my brain. So something I tried is to notice that I am being impatient and just let it be. Like I understand that I am impatient, but then rather than acting upon it, I just let it go and just be in the present moment. And that's something to activate my higher state of self and becoming a more calm person rather than always being such a reactive individual, right? So I tried doing that today and it feels pretty good. Like I was just like literally doing nothing when I was waiting for my food rather than like, typing up my essay or doing whatever homework I was planning to do. But yeah, so let's get the 17 minutes meditation started. Nice session. Um, I think today's session was way better or way more focused than previous few days. I was able to focus a lot more on my breath, and some thoughts did come in, but I managed to easily shut them off. And hopefully you felt the same way as well. And really, meditation is just like all other skills that we build, right? Like, we need to be consistent with our practices, doing it every single day, making it a habit, which means that we don't want to miss a single day. And the more we keep doing it, the more our concentration and focus levels increase, and the better we get at it. And it just brings amazing results to your life, to be honest. And it's just like with any skills, right? Like, we think about how many essays or how many test questions you've written in your life, you'll probably realize why you're able to get that top grade, right? Or why you're able to write so well. It's because you did it so many times, right? So same thing with meditation. It's just another skill to build. So yeah, it's day 16, and tomorrow's the last day. I'm really enjoying this series, to be honest, and I was thinking before recording today that I'm also going to do like another series where we try out 17 different ways of meditation in 17 different days, and we'll see how that goes, because I think the fire breathing one was super interesting, and it unlocks like a different vibe. Like, I'm not able to like clarify exactly what like the benefits or like, you know, the overall feeling is in like the long run, but then it made definitely my abdominal muscles super tired. So interesting to see how like different practices would give like different health effects. So yeah, tomorrow's the last day. Let's end this series strong. What's up, guys? It's October 1st. And what a great way to start this month by saying that today is the last day of this series of 17 minutes of meditating for 17 days as a 17-year-old. Today is day 17. It's 8:43 p.m. and yeah, we're going to be doing our last meditation session for this series. And for anyone who's even watched until this far, or if you decided to, you know, there's definitely going to be the few people who's going to skip to the last day and see what juicy insights there are with meditation, and, you know, what type of transformation and stuff like that is happening. Well, welcome to day 17. Yeah, and I think reflecting back, maybe we should do reflections after the meditation. Let's actually do that first, so that we can officially say we've done 17 days. Before I rant for another, 10 minutes. But yeah, let's get into the meditation. 17 minutes. Let's calm ourselves down. Nice. That was a really nice 17-minute meditation. And yeah, on to the reflection. Actually, before the reflection, let's talk about how the meditation session went today. And it was mainly really nice, focused a lot on my breath, but there were obviously still some thoughts which flows up, still pretty normal to be honest. And a lot of these thoughts were kind of ideas for future videos on how we can continue spreading the word on helping more teenagers look inwards and find their own deep fulfillment and try and pursue this in life. And it just makes me super excited to just think about the future, because I really believe we're moving towards a period where there's going to be a huge shift, where right now we're so externally focused with a lot of social media, so much social conditioning and everything like that. We're going to be moving to a point where we're going to be looking inwards a lot more and having more of that well-being being focused, especially in the next, I would say 5-10 years. There's going to be some kind of change when especially people find out they're being super tired and they start questioning these things in life on life purpose and what the meaning of life is. You probably start to realize so many people around you, they just feel depressed. They don't have that source of energy. They're just doing things because they're forced to do it because there's some kind of deadline. And yeah, it's an exciting time to be alive, but also a confusing time for myself as well, because I've been also battling a lot of internal conditioning that I have to face, and everyone has to go through these things. And especially when looking at the gene keys, I know I keep mentioning the gene keys, but in summary, the gene keys are basically this human design and astrology merged together to create this whole different types of spheres, and they tell you for different aspects in life what type of shadows, which are the low frequencies, sometimes when you're being reactive in life, versus the gift, which is you actually activate a particular sphere and you have higher frequency with them. You actually get positive energy. You put that out to the world, right? And also the final end stage, which is the city. Not really the end stage, but it's the highest frequency, which is your maximum genetic potential, which is somewhere deep in there waiting for you to be unlocked. And one of my own shadows being the life key of Gene Key 51, which has the shadow of agitation, initiative for the gift, and then the awakening is the city. So agitation means that I fear the uncertainty, right? I fear just not being, just not knowing what's going to happen in the future. And I get easily frustrated with that, and normally my body gets super tense up physically, and that leads me to do nothing, which I feel like I've been experiencing pretty lately, which is that because I fear the uncertain future, I don't really trust life anymore. I don't really trust what the universe is telling me. Therefore, I just become a coward. I become a person who's acts on hostility whenever I become angry. I get super irritated all the time because of this shadow. And if I turn this frequency around, I can be using this shadow as a gift for me, right? As a gift of initiation. So I can turn this fear of uncertainty and change that to feel my creative independence and to feel me to express these experiences and traumas that I have in life and share with other people, so then other people become awakened, right? Which is my city, which is my highest genetic potential. So probably recording this video is definitely one of the ways to turn my shadow into initiative, right? And doing something original, which is also part of the features with this gene key, which is there's really no one path to follow in this gene key, and you have to create your own path which is also the part which makes you feel uncertain and feel fearful, and makes you question a lot because you're doing something completely new. You're being an initiator, right, rather than a leader. So that's something I'm definitely trying to battle through. And yeah, there were definitely moments today when I felt super, super, super angry, especially when I'm practicing right now for my SAT exams because I'm going to be applying to more colleges, even though I already know kind of like which college I want to get into, which is not SAT required, which is like UC Berkeley. But then, yeah, I'm still doing the SAT, and this got me really frustrated myself because I'm also a super impatient person, which is another one of my gene keys. I think it's like gene key 53. And I just don't see the point of doing the SAT, especially when the top school that I really want to get into does not require the SAT. So this kind of gets me into this frustration of like saying, oh my God, there's going to be time and opportunity costs on my hands, right? I might be spending this time looking more into the things that fascinates me rather than studying the SAT. And especially when I think the English part really frustrates me because I just cannot stop getting those details into my head. Like if you have done the SAT before, basically they give you like a short passage and you have 1 minute to like have 4 different multiple choice answers, and some of the passages are like so scientific and they have like weird like names inside of them. And like the strategy obviously is to not read them because those are distractors, but then especially when you're in time pressure, and my brain just unconsciously just starts reading them and starts looking in, and that just ruins the entire test. But anyways, yeah, I got super agitated with that, and I can see that like even physically I reacted super negatively. I feel like especially when you don't have a purpose, or when you are like out of this high frequency state, you're in a low frequency state, your body just starts reacting super differently. Like I felt super awake, not really awake, but I felt my mind was super sharp the entire time, but I felt super reactive. Like whenever it was like, for example, a couple hours ago, when it was dinner time, right? Like normally I would completely forget about eating dinner because I just don't have the urge of eating dinner because I'm doing something that I actually really enjoy, which is like writing or like like planning for a YouTube video. But then when I'm in these states of low frequency and I realize I'm super impatient and super furious with the things that I'm doing, it just makes me think about dinner, right? And that's the last thing that you kind of want, because you realize that you're attached to this thing when literally like dinner is not my life purpose, right? Like, and being in a higher being, you accept that you need to eat dinner, but when you realize that you're clinging onto these things, these like primary needs in your life, then you start to realize that there is something wrong that's going on that you need to be more aware of, and that you need to reframe it or somehow fix it in your life, right? So I think that's one thing that I've noticed, which is like whenever I cling on to food, like literally just wanting to eat earlier, because normally I eat like at 8 p.m., but then today I ate at 6 p.m. because I was feeling hungry. When my mind was like focused on my hunger, I was not focused on what I was doing. It's just a sign for your body to let you know that there is something going on, and you really just gotta fix this state. Obviously, unless if you've like starved for the entire day and you haven't eaten anything, then probably you should focus on this need. But then just saying in generally, when you've eaten like 3 meals, like 2 meals already before dinner, and then you don't even feel hungry, right? It's like that moment when you're already satisfied, but then because you feel upset in another area in your life, that's why your mind unconsciously tricks yourself to feed yourself into eating more, even though your body does not need it, if you know what I mean. But yeah, overall reflections of the 17 days, I think it went pretty smooth. The fire breathing was super interesting in between, and definitely it was amazing to make this video. Like, even though in between I did have a couple days when I was like, should I be creating this video? Like, should I stop the series, right? I think I've spoken about that for like during previous few days, but in general, yeah, definitely going to continue meditating on a daily basis because it definitely helps my mind calm down, especially when I'm someone who's super impatient and super agitated. Like just feeling my heart itself reminds my heart that I am safe, right? Because I think most of our fears comes from our brains, but then if we just remind ourselves that we're physically here, present in this moment, then the fear will most likely go away. So meditation is definitely a great way to do this, and yeah, that's it for the 17 days of meditation. In terms of transformation, it's more like in the long term you're going to see transformation if you follow these 17 days. And I think if you continue doing them, in general, just when I meditated first for 17 days straight, I did see like a different transformation in the beginning, like especially when you're doing it earlier on. Like you'll start, I would say like 2 weeks or 3 weeks, and you'll start to see some changes where you're gonna feel like you're more sharper to your senses and more reactive, especially when I'm eating food. Nowadays, like you can taste the food rather than like not being able to taste it or like have like a stronger taste bud. Afterwards is like in the long term you're gonna unlock different things, different states, and you're just gonna feel more present in the conversation especially. And yeah, I've realized that it helped me really focus on one task a lot. Like focus and concentration definitely improve with meditation. So yeah, hope you guys enjoyed this series. Feel free to rewatch it back again if you want to do like another 17 days. I find it's super helpful when I watch like some kind of YouTube video, like those, especially those that requires like multiple days, and then I recall them back later on and like follow the same steps again. Like especially with meditation videos, like normally I'll play them again and again, so then you are number one consistent, and yeah, I mean it's just fun to do it again. So hope you guys have a good day, and catch you guys in the next one. Peace out. All right, guys, so I just came to the end of editing this video, and I've realized how many mistakes I've made in counting the days, which is kind of crazy. It's such a simple task, but I can't seem to do it, and I seem to just keep getting errors with naming my files, which mess up all of my days. But doesn't matter. It just means that today is day 16. I don't have actually my filming stick right now, so I'm just going to use my bottle to become like the filming stick, put it on the table as well. It's Monday, October 6th, 6:11 p.m. and we're going to be meditating for 17 minutes as usual to complete this series because I've made too many mistakes with this. Yeah, so let's move over to the meditation cushion. Hopefully you guys can see me well. Just gonna be meditating here. And let's set 17 minutes on the clock. And then today will be day 16, not making a mistake again. And then tomorrow will be the actual last day of day 17. Actually, I've meditated every single day, but it's just like I haven't recorded those sessions. So for this series, it's going to be day 17. And yeah, let's get 17 minutes on the clock. Hopefully you guys are following along. That was good. Nice focus on the breath. Um, yeah, I felt like my gut, like the upper part of my stomach, was feeling a bit empty. I think it probably was because I didn't eat today. I did eat breakfast, but I skipped lunch, as I wasn't feeling hungry. And then, what else? Yeah, this video is kind of funny because like I'm editing this video. I think it's been like 30 minutes, and I was like thinking about um yeah, like during the meditation session was a lot about like, you know, the idea with the thumbnails of the video and like how this video is going to structure and like the future vision and everything. And yeah, and I think one intentional decision that I've made, which I'm probably going to talk like which I'm probably going to like mention in the description, is that um I've decided to keep the meditation parts like no music, just complete silence, because I want to invite people who are watching this video into a space where they can just be in complete silence and focus on the breath, right? And obviously there are different ways to meditate. You can also have like singing bowls, and you can listen to nature, and you can listen to like ambient music. But I find what's best is just forcing yourself to just sit there in complete silence and just observe your environment. So hopefully with this video, it allows you to develop trust that you have the 17-minute timer on, because I have, like, you can see that this 17-minute timer is there with like the timestamps, and it would just let you relax into the space and just, you know, focus on your breath literally, and focus on like the noises around you, not just like, you know, something natural and stuff like that. So yeah, I decided to keep that raw as it is. So yeah, tomorrow is going to be the official day 17, and catch you guys then. What is up, guys? Today is officially day 17, and it is 10:03 p.m., 7th of October, and we're going to end this series with a 17-minute meditation. It's going to be super nice. Let's do it. So hopefully, if you guys have been following along in the journey, 17 minutes for 17 days, kudos to you guys. And yeah, let's talk about some thoughts afterwards. You guys should definitely look back at like the timestamp, like day 15, like look after day 15, because like that was the time when I miscalculated that it was day 17, so I already had like a closing thoughts back then. But I'm also going to have closing thoughts here afterwards, so I will highly recommend you to go back to that part, listen to the closing stuff if you're interested in hearing like more about the thoughts there, and then afterwards you can also listen to thoughts here as well. So yeah, just letting you guys know, it's been a chaotic video, to be honest. So let's start. hopefully you guys also had a really good meditation session over there. And again, that completes the 17 days of meditation. And yeah, like seriously, just try it out, like try taking this challenge yourself, because it's no shock that we only have one life, and so much of our lives are spent in the fast-paced media, technology, and everything like that. And I've tried doing, multiple different things to try and slow down, right? Using screen blockers, stuff like that, and trying to be more productive. But I've really came to found that meditation has been one of the most transformative tools in my life to genuinely help me slow down and reconnect with the self, because sometimes we can always be super disconnected with what we're thinking and makes us act irrationally. But really, meditation has been super helpful, and really it should be taught everywhere, because this is the way of how we connect back to our inner being, right? This is how we connect to our intrinsic selves, so then we live up to the values that we are actually here to live for, right? Not these distraction, everything that's going on in the world, which is creating some mental beliefs, right? It's all just beliefs, and through meditation we're able to identify these beliefs, slow down, and just let ourselves know that we're okay, right? And you are okay. I am okay. Everyone is okay. Right? We just have to realize that this is all a mental projection. Every single problem that we're dealing with is just a mental projection, and life moves on. So yeah, I'm definitely going to continue making videos in regards to teenage awakening. And in terms of awakening, I mean, being able to live our higher selves, right? Be more aligned with our life purpose. Live so then every single day when we wake up, we feel fulfilled. We feel excited to be living the day, right? And I think that's one thing that so many people need right now, and so many teenagers just do not have, because we feel lost. We feel like we have to compare ourselves to other people, right? It's like, even though we're in a world with so many resources, I remember the other day I was speaking to my brother, and he was like, bro, you should be happy, because we're living in a world where there's no war, right? If you're saying 200 years ago we're going to be in world war, we're going to be fighting, we're not as evolved, right? But on the other hand, because of that, we've now been battling a complete different war, which is a mental war, right? So much, media bullshit which is fed to us, and that's causing us indirectly to feel depressed and to compare ourselves and to feel super insecure, right? So in one sense, even though we're not going through physical war, we are actually battling like another kind of mental war. And how we're going to deal with these external distractions is by not feeding us with more external distractions, right? Not trying to find another productivity app or install something else, right? But it's really just going back to within, right? It looks like such a simple solution, but many of us don't even have the time to pause during the day for 5 minutes and just feel what it feels like to live, and to feel all of our five senses and acknowledge our body parts, right? Because this is what's maintaining us to live on every single day. And a lot of the answers that we find in life comes from the gut feeling, right? Like, imagine the time when you took like a test and you weren't stressed with the test and you just treat it as play, right? One of the most recent times that I've experienced that is doing the SAT. Many people think that the SAT is just so hard, right? Like, it's like you have to make crazy assumptions, crazy logical connections, right? But the SAT trains you to focus on the page. And sometimes it's also about gut feeling, because your gut knows which answer is wrong, but then you just don't trust your gut because we're mentally fed with so much things in our head to the point where we are just doubting ourselves so much, right? So I know we're bringing this example of SAT, which is kind of funny because no one likes doing the SAT. I don't like doing the SAT, but Yeah, I think that's just a really good example on how you focus and how gut feeling really helps, right? So yeah, I mean, if you've done this challenge, or if you haven't done this challenge yet, it'll be awesome if you guys can comment hashtag 171717 to promote this video. And I'm really not saying this for, you know, views and stuff like that. Like, on one hand, obviously it's great to get views, and you know, I've been on that ride, right? Like, I previously built multiple different projects. We got success there, success here. And what's the most important thing with this video is spreading this awareness to teenagers, like giving them the space and allowing them to actually pause. Because if you think about your friends and so many people around you, the problem is that, number one, they either don't know that this is an existing solution, or they do know it, but then they forget about it. So, you know, by commenting, then you're going to be able to engage it in someone else's feed and potentially help them get onto this journey. Or number two, they do already know about this, but then, you know, they don't know how to properly do it, or they don't have the commitment to do so. They don't have the time to do so, right? So by just planting the seed, and, you know, imagine putting this onto the feed yourself, like you clicking onto this video as well, how much that already makes a difference from clicking onto another YouTube video versus listening to something like this, which can potentially transform your life, because it did transform my life when I watched my first meditation video. So yeah, hopefully you guys found some peace in doing the meditation, or just listening to my thoughts on meditation. Hopefully something inspired you, and yeah, stay joyful. I'll catch you in the next one. Peace out.